Let's see. Audio looks good. We should be good to go. So today, we're going to be setting up workload identity federation. Right now, in our Kubernetes clusters, if I were to look at, say, app dev, secrets, I think, I'm gonna remember where this is. Yeah, here in cert-manager. Cert-manager. So we have this Cloud DNS 01 service account secret that lets us set values for Cloud DNS so that we can do cert-manager and let's encrypt through Cloud DNS. This isn't ideal because if this ever gets leaked, I mean, this never rotates, right? So I knew this wasn't ideal when I set it up, but at the time, when I looked at setting up workload identity federation, it seemed like a pain. That was before the newer models. So now I'm looking at it, and I think this is viable to do. So basically the way this works is Kubernetes itself signs, I think, service accounts, or like a sort of service account roles, and then you can give those permission to do different things. And so GCP will check the signed certificates against the public certs to make sure that the cluster that you said was supposed to be able to sign them. Yeah, I gotta look at exactly how this works. But I think that's kind of the overall idea. Your Kubernetes cluster signs some cert. That cert is then allowed to do different things in GCP. So you create a pool of these. That's what we're going to look at today. We have a plan for how to implement it, but I'm not super familiar on the details. But what I do know is that basically this relies on our Kubernetes cluster to sign the certs. The certs are short-lived instead of having a long-lived token. The only risk you have is if someone were to steal your Kubernetes cluster issuer token, then they would be able to generate certificates themselves. But you could rotate that. So it's possible to rotate that. To rotate that, though, you would need GCP to be able to get the new public certificates, or you would have to like tell GCP what the new public certificates are. For GCP can fetch the public certificates if your clusters are publicly accessible. So my clusters are not publicly accessible directly. I could make like just the issuer certificates publicly accessible for all my clusters. But yeah, it doesn't seem ideal. Like, I don't really want to create some way to get publicly into the clusters, and I don't really want to have some setup where I'm like copying the public keys over to some like static server like hoster thing. I might as well just upload them to GCP at that point. So that's what we're going to set up. We will set our own keys for the cluster issuer so that we can get the public key to give to GCP. Then we'll set that on our clusters. We'll check to make sure that it works. And at that point, we'll be able to do things like create pods that are able to use GCP KMS. So that'll be nice. As well as like do Cloud DNS stuff for cert-manager. So we're only going to do it for app prod initially. If that works, we'll go ahead and apply it to the rest of them. The reason this is the thing to do right now is because I want to be able to encrypt people's phone numbers in the database and do a blind lookup table or blind lookup key value. And to do that, I need access to GCP KMS. I could do a long-lived service account token, but I feel like I should just get the. I'm starting to have to do more of these things, and I don't want to keep generating these long-lived tokens that aren't ideal long-term. So just go ahead and get this done now. So that's what we're gonna do. We have a plan that I'll take a look over here. This one? I think it's this one. This is our plan to start implementing all of the changes to our app, switching from email to phone number. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of work, but the first thing is to get this set up. Prerequisite for the other thing. Looking at the plan file, it's been updated with the self-managed signing approach. GCP resources are currently accessed via long-lived service account keys created in per cluster GCP stacks, passed between stacks, and stored as K8 secret. Workload under Federation report replaces these with short-lived auto-rotating. Man, I'm tired. This pisses me off. Wake up. I have like so much energy at night to do this stuff, but I can't stay up until 2 or 3 a.m. because the dog pup will wake me up at like 7 or 8. So and when I wake up in the morning, I'm tired. Scope app prod cluster only. 2 use cases. Cert-manager DNS 01 solver. Cert-manager solver Cloud DNS replace existing long-lived key. IP group server GCP KMS encrypt decrypt. Key to sign decisions. Self-managed service account signing. Instead of fetching JWKS from a running cluster, we generate the RSA signing key pair ourselves and pass it to K3s. This means the public key is known at definition time. JWKS can be derived in TypeScript. No manual JWKS fetch step, no circular stack dependencies. GCP stack derives JWKS from public key stored in its Deriving config. Bare metal stack writes private key to K3 nodes. Swear to God. Wake up. Bare metal stack writes private key to K3 nodes, configures K3 to use it. I wonder if we'll have downtime from this. Because right now I have 100% uptime. It could change. Key material flow, one-time OpenSSL, gen RSA, private key, bare metal config, secret plus public key. Yeah, I wonder. It's like as soon as I start thinking about this stuff and sitting at the computer and working, I start getting tired. What am I gonna do about that? So you could have coffee, caffeine, whatever, I just hate having caffeine because the thing is like I shouldn't be tired. And when you have caffeine, it just overrides those signals. So you don't know if there's something actually wrong. And then on top of that, you burn out much faster during the day. So around like 1, 2, I would start being unable to do stuff, and then especially later in the day. Then it also messes with your sleep. We just gotta figure out why I'm getting tired. It would really help if I could play some music that was not the same music over and over and over again. But I tried to look into that. I tried some of the AI music generators. They all like copyright their shit. There's other websites, everyone freaking copyrights all their music. And then some of them, like, you can use it and they won't necessarily take down your video, but then they can essentially take the monetization from the video. So the only thing that seems safe is YouTube's audio studio, which is what I'm using now, but there's only so many songs. Not really great for streaming. The thing is that I could just play whatever. Like if you're on Twitch, you could play whatever. On YouTube, I could probably use a lot of this stuff that's copyrighted. It just wouldn't be able to have the videos, the VODs. But the VODs are the thing that matter the most to me, so. I have separate recordings locally that don't have any of the audio. And the idea is that whenever I finish this, I could compile this all into a single video of, you know, hours and hours of work. Maybe I'll make a couple $1,000s or something if it got like, you know, a few 100,000 views. But beyond the monetization of the video itself, the exposure would be worth something. So probably more than YouTube pays me. So yeah, none of that matters too much if I have the local recordings. But it's nice to be able to have the videos up, all the VODs independently, and have them able to be watched without audio getting cut out or having monetization stripped. I mean, not that I make any money on it anyways, but just as a general thing. Wake up. Let's see. How am I gonna wake up? Like, is it that I'm bored or tired? I don't understand. Like, am I generally tired? If I were doing something fun, would I be tired? I don't think I would. Like, if I were playing a game right now, I don't think I'd be yawning. There's something about, like, reading this stuff. Yeah, it's probably the reading. Like, if I were to open up a book and read it right now, I'd probably be tired. If I were playing a game, I would not be tired. I'd probably be able to wake up really quickly. Thought about that before, like maybe I should play a game before I start. But I feel like it would make me be motivated to do this stuff, because this stuff is harder. Playing a game is easy. I was just thinking, bare metal config. You gotta be kidding me. As soon as I start reading it, I start yawning. This keyboard is pissing me off too. My old keyboard, and I don't know if it's a Mac OS thing or what, but I gotta switch over to the Glove 80. I'm just not proficient enough with it yet. Mental resistance. That's what it is. Oh my god. Fuck you, brain. Says, yawning and fatigue can be triggered by your brain anticipating a task it finds effortful, boring, or psychologically uncomfortable. It's a form of avoidance response. Your brain essentially says, I'd rather not, and produces drowsiness as a way to escape. That's why you intuitively know a game would not make you tired. It wouldn't trigger the same resistance. Few factors that contribute: anticipatory boredom or anxiety. The task is cognitively demanding, ambiguous, or tied to some pressure. Performance stakes, self-judgment. Your nervous system can downregulate arousal as a protective response. Similar to how people get sleepy before exams or difficult conversations. Low dopamine. Your brain's motivation system runs on dopamine. Highly context-dependent games provide immediate, clear feedback loops. Work tasks, especially complex or open-ended ones, often don't. In the morning, your baseline dopamine may not be high enough to overcome the activation energy needed to engage. Evening energy surge likely comes from a mix of things. Time pressure, I need to do this before bed, creates urgency. Boost arousal, you may have had enough stimulation throughout the day to get your brain warmed up. The slight rebelliousness of staying up late itself. What can help? Lower the entry barrier. Tell yourself the work is just for 5 minutes, often the hardest part is starting. Start with the easiest or most interesting piece rather than the most important one. Start with something stimulating. Music, yeah, this is what I just said. If I could have music that was more engaging, then maybe I'll do that. I'll have the background music of the video, but I'm gonna put here that I can hear a little bit more entertaining. And turn this down. Notice the on without obeying it. It's so annoying. Maybe shifting your deboard window until later in the day if your schedule allows. You can see I'm reading all this stuff and I'm not yawning. That's what's driving me nuts about it, right? Like, as soon as I start reading this, I start yawning. And I'm like, what is going on? If I were to go run right now, I would not be tired. I could go do anything right now. Psychological resistance, also known as psychological resistance to change, on encountered it. Patients either directly or indirectly exhibit paradoxical opposing behavior. Pull of a change. The user is extremely resistant to mental illness or alterations, being nearly invulnerable to direct and indirect. Not what I'm looking for. it's interesting to think about whether it would be this hard for me to do this if, like, 20, 30, I mean, obviously I couldn't do this without computers and everything that we have today, but would I have the same sort of fatigue? I probably wouldn't, right? Because it would be simulating just to do the thing. But now everything else is so much more stimulating than doing this. Yeah, the obvious way to get around that is to take drugs, like take Adderall or caffeine or something, which basically gives you dopamine. So if you do that before the things you don't want to do, you force your body to have the dopamine. And that's similar to what I was saying too, with like playing a game before. The problem I find with playing a game or something before would be you wouldn't want to stop, right? Like the game is giving you dopamine. That's the reason you're playing it. So why would you stop playing it to go do the thing that doesn't really give you dopamine? Like now you may have overcome the level for your brain to be able to do the thing, but you're not going to be getting dopamine from the thing generally. Let's see. There's like two things I'm trying to figure out right now. One is, how do I deal with this on a daily basis? And then what do I try to do right now? I've got the music playing in my headphone, which is helping. This is just more engaging than the good music stuff. But then the problem I run into too is that when I can't hear the YouTube music stuff, I don't know if it's on some weird song. I'm not really a fan of having two musics playing at the same time in two different ears. I think the part that's frustrating about it is it's like, it feels like you don't have executive function over your brain. Because you just can't, like, your brain won't let you do the thing you want to do. One thing that scares me about this too is that I feel like I'm able to deal with this stuff maybe better than a lot of people. And so it just makes me think about, like, part of the reason this is so bad too is because I'm not even really doing the work, right? Like, I'm just having to review this. It reminds me so much too of when I was in high school. I was a TA for a math class, and I didn't have to even evaluate whether the stuff was right. I had to check if they did some subset of the problems, like attempted them. So all they had to do was write down anything, and that counted as attempting them. And so I would have to look at like hundreds of papers and see, just count in my head, 1, 7, 11, 15, 32, something like this, some random subset every day. And I would just start falling asleep doing this. So anyway, my point is that it kind of scares me that I'm having such a hard time doing this stuff, and this stuff is so important which is why I'm not gonna just not do it. And so if you were to go to a company, like, one of two things can happen with this in my head. One is that people just stop caring. They just approve everything, which is I mean, you're just gonna have so many issues long term. Hopefully you can fix those issues, but it's a little bit like if you build a bridge with a shitty foundation. Like, you can try to retroactively fix it, but you always got this bridge with a shitty foundation. Like, you know, it's only so good you can make the bridge. You know, in theory, people just hope like, oh, you can just fix it later, and it's like, maybe. It depends on what it is. It's not just such a clear-cut thing, like, necessarily you'll be able to fix it later or not. So then, that's one way it can go. You know, you just fucking don't care. I'll just deal with it later, hopefully, which is scary. And then the other one is that, you know, you have people that care, and they end up in this position I'm in where it's just so boring. Like, they're just getting tired reading and doing these things because it's just mind-numbing. To like read through so much stuff and like 1 out of 100 things is wrong, or I don't know what it is today, whatever, but it doesn't get better, right? Like, if the AI gets better and it's 1 out of 100, it's actually almost worse than if it's. So I mean, this is the real rate limiting factor on the AI stuff, right? Is like, I don't think people understand, if the AI gets better, it's like, I'm the limiting factor, right? Like, if the AI gets better, it's gonna be harder of a job for me, because now I gotta find 1 out of 100 things that's wrong instead of 5 out of 100 things. It's even more boring and more mind-numbing to do. So that's sort of the other way I see it, is like, you know, one way people just stop caring, then you get really shitty stuff that's really hard to maintain in the long term. And the other way is that you care, and you have to find the issues. And it's a lot like the self-driving car stuff too, where, you know, it's almost worse to have this self-driving car stuff that like is dangerous, because you like aren't even driving anymore, and so it's just really tiring to sit there and like watch the car drive, and 99.5% of the time it's completely fine. And so the better it gets, the almost the worse it is. And so at a certain point, you just decide to stop using it entirely. Because it's like, you know, I could just set this up myself and I wouldn't be tired. I might be a little bit slower or whatever, but it's like I wouldn't be tired. It's like I would just do one thing and then the next thing or whatever. Yeah, this stuff is always going to have these issues. I think the thing, maybe people feel like, so here's the thing, right, is like with self-driving car stuff, the consequences are very obvious. And so it becomes fairly obvious where you can or can't use it. So, you know, if you're in the snow or the rain, you're just like, I'm not using the self-driving stuff. It's not going to work here. Someone who is really hyped on the self-driving stuff would just use it in the snow or the rain dangerously and get in a car accident. Or you know, like, it would just be so obvious you were going to get in a car accident, you would stop, or you do it and you get in accidents. And so that's sort of the reason you don't end up using it in places it doesn't work. For the programming stuff, there's no such thing. There's no, like, you're hitting a wall, like, immediately if you do it wrong. So, yeah, people can use these things in really bad ways that really screw themselves over, like exposing their databases and stuff. And there's no immediate wall to hit. So both, it's like good from a standpoint of you can find all the places they work best very quickly with no regulation or anything. There's nothing to stop you from trying it everywhere immediately, and then people kind of just will scale back based on when they hit walls, or yeah, effectively. But yeah, when you let people do this, it seems like they're much more likely to hit walls very often, and people scale back a bit, but then you've also taught them, like, you've taken away their ability to drive, right? Because you've they've only ever driven with the self-driving stuff, so they literally just can't drive in the places anymore where it doesn't work. And so they'll use the self-driving stuff on those roads in those conditions when they shouldn't. And it's bad for them, but they have no other choice. Their only other choice is to just not do the thing. Okay, do I have energy now? Let's see. I think the public key, so we generate the public and private key. We need the private key in the bare metal config. We don't need the public key in the bare metal config. We only need it in the GCP config. The question is, do you save the secret in both places separately? Do you save it in a single config? Like, do you just save it in the bare metal config? Let's do this. That's the other thing I find with this stuff is, like, when I run into these questions and I start getting tired, I need to stop to get them out of my head. Did I open up 2 windows? I'm wondering if we should save the private key and public key in the same stack, and then reference the public key. Or if we should save them. I also don't remember. I swear to God. Okay, fuck this keyboard. I do not have the patience for it. Literally every 20 keys, I get a repeated key. I also don't remember if we generally deploy. The GCP or bare metal first when we... Like, I don't mind if I make the mistake. That's fine. Right, I can adjust. But when the keyboard just fucking repeats a key, and I did not repeat the key, like I didn't tap it twice. It just decided, oh, we're gonna enter this key twice now. It's like I both need to relax and not relax, so I'm not tired. But yeah, my sense is like, so when I was grading those papers, right, and I'm having to look through each one to see, Did they do those problems? Did they try them? Like, I know most people would just stop at it. They would just stop even. Their brain would turn off, and they would just, looks good, you know.
TS files.
Yeah, it's definitely scary where things are gonna go. But the thing is also, you don't want to gatekeep that type of stuff, because the thing is so if everyone goes and builds bridges with shitty foundations in the world, there are solutions that will help when you build a shitty bridge that wouldn't exist otherwise. Like, if you gatekeep so that no one can ever build a shitty bridge, then no one would ever figure out, like, oh, there's a few things you can do that actually would make that shitty bridge foundation a lot better. And so there is something for just letting the market free. And it may be the case that the shitty foundation never reaches what a good foundation would have been, but like, you can maybe make it a lot better so that people can turn their brains off and work just how they would normally work for most people. And then, you know, someone finds some path that's actually decent out of that. Hard to predict. Like, for example, if everyone were forced to use self-driving and no one could drive on snowy and rainy roads, potentially, you know, it might always be more dangerous than a human doing the driving if the human had learned how to drive. But if you're forced to, maybe you can make some improvements that actually make them work pretty well. The bare metal deploys for storing both keys there and having the GCP stack reference the public key via stack reference is the cleaner approach. Keeps the key pairs a logical unit. They're generated together and should be managed together. If you ever rotate, you update one stack config. Matches the deployment order. Follows the existing cross-stack patterns. The codebase already has bare metal shared infra stacks exporting values that downstream stacks consume. Do you even need to store the public key, or could you generate from the private key? Is there, if you can generate from the private key, then is there a benefit? Let's see. I'm doing workflow identity management. I was just talking about something, Greg, you might find interesting. So every time when I'm starting this stuff every morning, I start yawning. Like, I get tired, but I'm not tired. I just slept, right? Like, I'm not tired. I could go for a run or something, but I just like start reading these plans and I start yawning, like as soon as I start thinking about them. And so then I was asking Claude, like, what is happening here? And it's saying something about like mental resistance or whatever. That basically your brain's anticipating a task it finds effortful, boring, or psychologically uncomfortable. And so it's an avoidance response. Because like, I know if I were to play a game right now, right, I wouldn't be tired. I could play a game for 12 hours straight probably right now, and I would not yawn or be tired. But like, I start reading these and I'm immediately yawning. Like, I'll go do something else, I'll come back, I'll read this, I'll start yawning as soon as I read it. And so, you know, you can take like Adderall or have caffeine or coffee or something to get over that, because it basically stimulates your dopamine response, so you could just avoid that problem. But anyways, I was thinking about this and I was thinking, you know, like if the AI and LLMs get better, it makes this problem worse, right? Because like if let's say 5% of the time I have to correct something in a plan. So like in this plan, you know, it's this long plan. I got to correct like 2 things in the plan, right? Because like 2 of the you're still tired, you're still yawning. You got to drink more. That's the problem. So like let's say there's 2 things I got to correct in this plan, right? Like I got to read through this whole plan and then find 2 things wrong, or like that need to be improved. And so if the AI were better, I would maybe have to find 1 thing wrong in every plan or every 2 plans or something, right? And that actually makes the problem worse in terms of getting tired and getting exhausted reading it, because like now I have even less things. And so I was talking about how when I was in high school, I was a TA for a math class, and the teacher didn't care if you got the problems right. He just cared if you attempted the problems. And so he would have me grade like, you got problem 1, 5, 7, 15, 21. If they've attempted those problems, then they get 100%. If they like skipped one of those problems, then they get a 50%. And if they skipped 2 of the problems, they get 0. And so he would have me do all the for the 2 classes or whatever I was TAing for. He would have me do that for all those papers, which was like, I don't know, 80 papers or something. And then he would have me do it for the other TA's work too. And so I would like sit there for 50 minutes looking at 300 papers saying, did you do 1, 3, 7, 50? It was so I would get so tired at the end of this because you're just looking. And the easiest thing to do is to just turn your brain off, right? And to just stop caring. But the issue with that is that to some degree, like let's say you're setting a foundation or something for a bridge, you can just do it poorly and hopefully you can fix it later, but it's not always clear you can fix it later, right? And so my sense is that most people aren't able to keep their brain from turning off. And it is a little bit, it's just interesting to think about. And like, the thing is that if you are actually trying to like do the stuff correctly, then the models being better doesn't even help you because you're going to get more tired when you review the response, because it's like going to be right most of the time, right? And so it's a lot like the self-driving car stuff too, where like, you know, you can use the self-driving car stuff, but it's wrong, you know, 1 in 1,000 times. And so you have to be paying attention, but now you're tired to pay attention because, you know, it's right all the time, but like it could just randomly run you into a wall or into another car or something. And so having it better is almost worse because now you are forgetting how to drive potentially. Like if you were a person who grew up with these things, right? You never even learn how to drive. And now you can't even drive in the snow or the rain anymore because you never learned how to drive in the first place. And they don't work in the snow or the rain at all. And so, you know, if everyone doesn't have that. So anyway, it's interesting how similar all these things are and how the models being better doesn't help because again, I'm the rate limiting factor here, right? Not the model. The model, we can just trust it, but then we're going to run into walls all the time. And then maybe, but you know, if everyone runs into walls all the time, maybe you put less walls on the roads or something, you know, there's different things that can happen. So it's just interesting how all this is happening, but I'm pissed off because I sit here and I start yawning as soon as I start reading this stuff. But yeah, so I'm trying to switch to this workload identity federation stuff because I've been using these long-lived service account keys that I just store as Kubernetes secrets, and I want to get away from that. So with the workload identity federation stuff, GCP just looks at the public key, and then your Kubernetes cluster itself can sign off certificates that you can use to give permission to like do KMS or Google Cloud DNS if I want to do certs and stuff. So let's see. With RSA, the private key PEM contains all the components needed to derive the public key. Nodes crypto module can do this trivially. You'd only store the private key in the bare metal config, then derive the public key. The other thing that kind of sucks with this too is like having to use this music. Oh, the music stopped. So you'd only store the private key in the bare metal config, then derive the public key in the TypeScript at deploy time, store it as a stack out. No real benefit for storing both. It adds a second value that can diverge from the private key single source of truth assembler. The answer, Greg, is we just let the models run into walls and we play RuneScape separately instead while we're driving. Is there any benefits to being able to limit who can access? Is there any benefit to being able to limit which stacks could import? This keyboard's killing me. Like the benefit would be that we never even export the run 3 instances and they all wait for you when you're doing a farm run. You gotta have them do the farm run for you. We never even exported. Benefit could be that we never even export the private key from the bare metal stack. Benefit could be that we never even export the private key from the bare metal stack. The thing that's really hard for me with the keyboard is to do all of the parentheses and stuff on the split keyboard. Private key from the bare metal stack. I'm not sure. I was trying to see if there was like a name for this mental resistance thing. This is not like there's like no Wikipedia page or anything for something like this.
There is no text provided for me to clean and convert for text to speech. Please provide.
And it says like it's related to ADHD or something, but I definitely do not have ADHD. But then it's like sort of this aspect where, you know, probably part of the reason this is so hard is because everyone's just stimulated all the time and everything else is so stimulating that now when you're having to read these things or like driving too, you know what I mean? When you're sitting there not having to do anything, it's just very hard to focus. If you're driving with like the self-driving stuff. Only config values are not automatically exported, only values explicitly so. The private key sits in bare metal's config. Used internally by the stack code, only the derived public key gets exported. As for restricting which stacks can read exports, doesn't have per stack ACLs on stack references. Any stack with access to the same backend can read any other stack's outputs, but since you control what gets exported, that's effectively the access control. Yeah, I haven't figured out what I'm gonna do to not be tired when I get started every morning. I have to do whatever the open claw guy is doing. This escape Command V. Got 9 whole subscribers now. I think whenever I finish Happy Groups, the thing to do would be to compile all the videos into a short 10-minute, 15-minute video, basically showing the full setup and process. And I don't think you would make very much money from that, but even if you got a couple 100,000 views or something, you're not making very much money from something like that, but the benefit is really the exposure. It's so funny, like, you upload a video and you're just passed out on your desk most of the time while the AI is doing stuff. Optimistically short or long? One thing that kind of sucks too is I tried to do like short. Yeah, I mean, ideally you try to keep it as short as possible, but I tried to do the ultra low latency YouTube streaming, which is only like 1 to 2 seconds, but then you can't do 1440p. And because my screen's so big and I'm trying to do so many things, it's like I want at least 1440p. So I think my latency is like 3 to 5 seconds instead of like 1 to 2, which is their ultra low. I want my money back. I still have 100% uptime. I'm worried about when I do these. Yeah, I mean, I record it separately too without audio, without the music in the background. But it's just nice to have the VODs in general. Like, if you do upload this stream, if you do upload a short video later, right, people can go back and watch any of the particular VODs. Like, if you get any following later, you have the VODs available if someone wants to take a look at them to see how to do anything. Plus, I can look at them myself. Like I said, I have the originals recorded as well locally, but it's just easier to do it on YouTube, right, than it is even to load it from your computer, because you can watch it anywhere. And you can transcription and everything like that. The thing I wish I had were automatic timestamps, and YouTube can do automatic timestamps, but I don't think they work very well for these kind of live streams. I tried to keep track of timestamps on every video, but it was just too much work. Yep. Yeah, there's like 300 songs in this playlist that YouTube has that are like reasonable, just background songs. And I mean, I have to go through it like twice a day. And it's been, 30 days at this point. Alright, what does this say? Yeah, it sucks. It's February 15th. Like, this stuff has just been so much slower than the front end stuff. This was the thing I was kind of worried about doing the front end first, is the front end's just so easy to keep motivation on. So like, this was a week or like 8 days or something. It's like not very long to get all that done. But then all this other stuff, it just feels so much harder to do. Like, it's all important, but you just don't feel like you're making progress as fast. All right, what do we got here? Because the whole reason I'm doing this is because I want to do GCP KMS encryption of the phone numbers, so that the phone numbers aren't in plain text in the database. And so I could do that with a long-lived key, but at this point, like, I've already done the long-lived keys for Cloud DNS to do the encryption the certificate verification. I didn't like doing it there, and so now that I'm doing KMS encryption, I don't want some long-lived key that can decrypt the secrets. It's just kind of stupid. So. And the other thing I'd like to do after this too is to try to do the air gapping, like blocking all the IPs from the pods by default, and then just whitelisting what I need to whitelist. Instead of fetching key material, OpenSSL Gen RSA, both keys stored in bare metal. Both keys. What are both keys? I guess we have separate keys? Oh. Let's see. I was watching a video on the split keyboards, and someone was asking the split keyboard guy what keyboard he would get a friend or something. And he said he wouldn't get anyone a keyboard as a gift, a split keyboard as a gift, because it's like getting them a puppy. It's gonna be hard to learn. I get you a puppy as a gift, Craig.
It seems there is no text provided. Please provide the text you would like me to convert for text-to-speech. I will remove markdown formatting and code blocks, expand abbreviated units, and expand file extensions to full names.
Here's the private key.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode for GCP Workload Identity Federation setup.
Okay, let's see what it wants. Creates K3s, exports public key, references GCP for WIF config. All right, let's try it. Generate new private key, update bare metal config, deploy bare metal. So much work. Do it right the first time, Greg. This would be so much easier. It's just done it in the first place. Once that's done, I can migrate from email to phone number. Maybe that's a thing to try. It says a cold shower causes significant sustained dopamine increase that lasts for hours. I take a cold shower in the morning. Exercise. Yeah, the issue for me with exercise is I'm always doing intense exercise, which makes me tired. On light exposure. Protein, caffeine, chocolates. Music. Making your bed. So the making your bed thing, completing a tiny task. I've heard in Japan people like clean their toilet every day. Novelty, doing your morning routine slightly different, working in a new spot. Dopamine responds strongly to novelty. I wonder if this is true. This is this sentence. What to avoid? Phone/social media scrolling first thing. This floods you with cheap dopamine hits that raise your baseline and then crash it, making everything else feel duller by comparison. Probably the single most impactful change for most people. You gotta stack 3 of these. Sunlight, cold water, no phone for first 30 minutes. Interesting. I'm gonna try. Seems pretty hard. I don't even know if I can get out of bed. No, to use my phone. What's this doing? Service account issuers has service account signing. Build service account issuer ARGs for API server. Yeah, this is why this all sucks to not have just done in the first place, because now I'm like applying it to one cluster, so it has to switch on whether or not these ARGs exist or not. Otherwise I'd have to do all the clusters at the same time. Up the agents. Actually, can we change it so that we change we'll go ahead and only apply to app prod first, but we'll assume we're going to apply to all clusters. Once that works, so we don't need to switch on if the ARGs exist. What's this from? Hmm. I do this. Okay. That's log. These logs are thing. Good call. Design the shared modules so WIF is the standard path, no feature flag style conditionals. For cluster configs, just wire things up when ready and let me review and adjust. The bare metal changes are already fine. The fields are on the base type. Clusters add them when ready. Playbook naturally includes the tasks when they added no changes needed there. I think that's right.
Permission requested. Command to show Helm chart metadata. Permission requested. Command to render GC cron job template for Docker registry. Permission requested. Command to render and find cron job in Helm template output. Permission requested. Command to check garbage collect values in Helm chart. Permission requested. Command to get actual deployed cron job manifest. Permission requested. Command to list Helm releases in Docker registry namespace. Permission requested. Command to get actual cron job manifest from Helm release.
I got compacted.
Permission requested. Command to run type check across all projects. I added a pod name prefix fallback check in the apply defaults function of the extract log level Lua script after the app label lookups and before the workflow check. Removed the dead container default levels entry, introduced a pod prefix default levels table for pods without app labels, and updated the header comment to document the new step. I explained that this fixes the missing app label issue on Helm cron job pods, allowing the correct debug level to be applied. Permission requested. Command to run type check after fixing errors.
Let's see.
I removed the as const from the inputs array and changed the assignment to use bracket notation for environment saw signing key. Then I ran the type check script, which reported no errors, and I marked the remaining task as completed.
Service account signing private key. Service account signing public key. Derive signing public key from okay, so I put them on the type. Shared stuff it fits. Service account signing. Service signing key. In custom SA signing keys provided, add verification server and read the same. Build service account issuer. In custom service account signing keys provided, add a verification key. Service account private key. All right. So now I need. Can you give me? I'm getting a call from Jamaica. I think I know anyone from Jamaica. Vanessa Gen RSA. Stupid. Odd. This is a single stack secret. Work. Yep, we got our secrets. Okay, I think everything is ready. Can you preview? Close.
Permission requested. Command to preview bare metal. Permission requested. Command. Permission requested. Permission requested. Command to preview Happy Group server stack. Permission requested. Command to list Pulumi YAML files in the Kiwi app infrastructure directory. Permission requested. Command to list Pulumi
Three
stack
different
files
errors.
and configuration. Permission requested. Force clean rebuild of the K8's infrastructure. Permission requested. Command to test node. JS import of types. JS file. Permission requested. Command to test import from K3s directory. Permission requested. Command to preview bare metal stack. Permission requested. Permission requested. Permission requested. Command to preview Happy Group server stack.
The thing I've got to do right now is this. Why am I having to approve all of...
Permission requested. Command to preview Happy Group server via Moon. I edited the permissions hook TOML file several times, adding regex rules to allow commands prefixed with an AWS profile environment variable, updating the Moon task runner section, and adding an allow rule for the /script/moonquiet sh script. I also revised the headings to reflect Pulumi via Moon or direct usage, and included a rule for Oz profile prefixed Moon or /script/moonquiet sh commands. Finally, I read the file to confirm the changes were applied correctly. Permission requested. Run typecheck command after fixes. Permission requested. Command to typecheck after fixes in the Kiwi research project. Permission requested. Command to preview GCP stack after fix. I explained that the permissions hook runs fresh on each tool call, so changes to the TOML are applied immediately and no restart is required. I confirmed there is no local override file and verified the hook's activity by running a bash command to view the recent audit log, which showed the hook is working and the recent command was auto-allowed. I edited the TypeScript workload identity file to guard against undefined public key values and updated the Happy Group server TypeScript file to safely handle a possibly undefined workload identity output. Then I ran the type check using the I executed the moonquiet sh script with the run. It tried running Pulumi preview directly instead of through Moon, which missed the build step. The second round used Moon Kiwi. First round again, the range error. Invalid string length error from the JWKS derivation, receiving undefined before bare metal was deployed. Fixed by adding a graceful fallback, second round passed with a +8 create. All 4 previews. That's the second round GCP preview. It was the one that still had the range error before I added the JWKS fallback. The third run, B563198, is the one that passed with +8 create. All good. Permission requested. Command to wait 30 seconds, then check cluster nodes.
Right.
It seems there is no text provided. Please provide the text you would like me to clean for text-to-speech, and I will assist you accordingly. Permission requested. Command to check K3s service status on control plane node.
I think it's in the clock button.
Permission requested. Command to check K3s service status on ComGuppy control plane. Permission requested.
Invalid
Command to
signature, no
check
keys
SA
found.
signing
This
key
means
files
API
and
server
K3s
can't verify any SA tokens.
Permission requested. Command to check public key format and full K3s config. Permission requested. Command to check Cube API server process flags for SA key files. Permission requested. Command to get Cube API server process command line. Permission requested. Command to check K3's internal SA key files. Permission requested. Command to list K3's internal service key files. Permission requested. Command to check key type headers of all SA keys. Permission requested. Command to check K3's startup logs for API server arguments. Permission requested. Command to search K3's logs for API server configuration. Permission requested. Command to retrieve K3's config on ComGuppy for editing. Permission requested. Remove SA signing key args from K3's config and restart on ComGuppy. explained that K3s replaces its internal service account key with the one we supply, causing token signature mismatches. And the fix is to create a combined PEM file containing both K3s's original key and our public key and reference that file in the cube APA server arguments. Want me to proceed with that? I explained that projected service account tokens auto-rotate after about 1 hour. So once the new signing key is deployed, they will be re-signed with our RSA key. I outlined the cleanup sequence. Deploy with a combined verification file, wait approximately 1 hour, update the Ansible task to include only our public key and redeploy. Then remove the old issuer from the service account issuer list, noting that legacy secret-based tokens are long-lived, but unlikely to exist in Kubernetes version 1.24 and later. Want me to proceed with the fix-forward approach now? I'll need the IPs of the other two control plane nodes, Calculating Walrus and Witty Chipmunk. I explained that after fixing the combined key file, I would perform a rolling restart of all deployments, stateful sets and daemon sets so new pods receive fresh tokens signed with our key. Then remove K3s's old key from the combined file and redeploy immediately without the 1 hour wait. I asked if I should go ahead with the fix and requested the other two control plane IP addresses. Permission requested. Command to fix SA verification keys on all 3 control plane nodes. Permission requested. Command to check cluster health after fix. Permission requested. Command to verify combined file and signing key configuration on a remote server. Permission requested. Command to check service account and signing key config entries. I examined the tail of the bare metal deployment log, then used kubectl to confirm that all nodes are ready and no pods are unhealthy, and finally SSH ed into the server to grep the K3s configuration YAML, verifying that the service account key file, service account signing key file, and service account private key file all point to the combined verification file and our signing key, with both custom and old issuers present. I confirmed the cluster is healthy and the bare metal stack is correctly deployed with the combined key approach, and I'm ready to continue with the remaining GCP, cluster, and application stacks. Permission requested. Command to check for unhealthy pods after rolling restart in the Kiwi app prod context. Permission requested. Command to recheck pods in Kiwi app prod context. Permission requested. Delete stuck image pullback off pods in the Kiwi app prod context. Permission requested. Command to check all pod status in Kiwi app prod context. Permission requested. Command to undo rollout for pods with stale image refs in the Kiwi app prod context. It seems there's no text provided for me to clean and convert for text to speech. Please provide the text you would like me to process. Permission requested. Command to patch deployments with correct registry hostname. Permission requested. Command to check all pod status in Kiwi app prod context. Permission requested. Command to update Happy Group's web image name in the Kiwi app prod context. Permission requested. Command to check all pod status in Kiwi app prod context. I ran a quick type check, wrote a WIF implementation continuation plan in a markdown file, and updated the memory markdown with notes about the K3s service, account signing key, and WIF. I explained the current progress, including the completed bare metal deployment and code for later phases, and outlined the remaining deployment steps. Permission requested. Command to wait and check non-running pods in Kiwi app prod context. Deployed the bare metal cluster with a single issuer, confirmed that all 6 nodes are ready, and all pods are running or completed without crashes. Verified the OIDC configuration, shows the single issuer URL using RS-256, performed rolling restarts of all workloads with fresh tokens, and confirmed the Pulumi state is clean. Do you want me to run the G-Cloud services enable commands, or have you already done that? I edited the continuation plan markdown file to change the completed phase description from dual issuer to single issuer, and to update the command blocks for steps 1, 2, and 3. And I also edited the K3 SAW signing key lessons markdown file to replace the dual issuer example with a single issuer configuration, adjust the cleanup sequence wording, and update the final QBarg summary. Permission requested. Command to wait and recheck cert-manager logs. I deployed the Happy Group server, verified that the new pods were running and logs were clean, and performed a final health check, confirming all pods were healthy. I then edited the continuation plan markdown file to mark phase 1 as completed and update the remaining steps section. Permission requested. Command to delete cert secret in the app Happy Group's namespace. Permission requested. Command to check TLS certificate status in app Happy Group's namespace.
Come on. Hey, over here. Edie.
I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen.
explained that each cluster has its own independent GCP and cluster, stacked with its own cert-manager DNS0 one service account, and that the migration rollout involves generating a RSA key, deploying the custom signing key and dual issuer, adding WIF configuration, deploying GCP resources, updating the cluster, verifying certificate renewal, and then cleaning up by disabling key creation and removing the old secret. I noted that the app prod secret can be safely deleted because the cluster issuers now use ambient ADC, and the shared modules remain backward compatible by still accepting a DNS0 one service account key for clusters that haven't migrated. Want me to proceed with the type check and deploy the cleanup? GCP create key. False plus cluster stack removes the old secret. Permission requested. Command to retrieve node IPs for all clusters. Permission requested. Generate RSA signing keys for all 6 clusters. Permission requested. Command to check GCP API status. Permission requested. Enable STS and IAM APIs for all 6 projects. I ran 2 tasks with IDs BF2V65 and B309B5, each configured to block and with a timeout of 600,000 milliseconds, 10 minutes, and waited for them to complete. Permission requested. Command to rolling restart all workloads on 5 already deployed clusters. Permission requested. Command to rolling restart all platform prod workloads. I completed the bare metal deployment for platform prod, performed rolling restarts of all 6 platform prod workloads, and edited the WIF continuation plan markdown file to update the cluster inventory, status sections, and current progress notes. Permission requested. Command to check SDS and IAM credentials API status for 6 projects. Permission requested. Command to check cluster issuer status on multiple clusters. Permission requested. Command to check certificate status on multiple clusters. Permission requested. Command to check all clusters for WIF permission errors. Permission requested. Command to check IAM policy on build prod cert-manager service account. Permission requested. Command to check IAM policy on core prod cert-manager service account. Permission requested. Command to check service account names on other clusters. Permission requested. Command to check AppProd WIF binding service account name. I edited the cert-manager index TypeScript file to add the service account name setting, ran the type check commands for the infrastructure Kubernetes project, and updated the WIF continuation plan markdown file with phase statuses and issues encountered section. I examined the last 50 lines of the task output file and identified an... That's another stale notification from earlier, the type check that ran after the GCP index fixes. Already passed, and we've moved past that point. Ready to redeploy cluster stacks for the SA name fix. I completed the bare metal redeploy that exported the signing public key PEM on all 5 non-application clusters, and then redeployed the GCP stacks, resolving all previous tasks. The only remaining step is redeploying the cluster stacks for the cert-manager service account fix, and I'm asking if I should go ahead. Permission requested. Verify cert-manager service, account name, across multiple Kubernetes clusters. Permission requested. Command to check cert-manager logs for WIF auth errors. I redeployed all 7 cluster stacks, verified that the service account name is now cert-manager on every cluster, confirmed there are no workload identity federation permission, denied errors, and checked that the certificate on the build prod cluster is ready, confirming workload identity federation works end-to-end. I then suggested proceeding with cleanup by setting create key to false on all GCP configurations and removing the old issuer. Permission requested. Execute exit plan mode plan.
X is so hard.
I edited several TypeScript configuration files for the MGMT, platform, internal, build, and app clusters, removing the HTTPS//Kubernetes default SVC cluster local service account issuer from each. Then I ran the typecheck script across all projects to verify the changes. searched the platform cluster stack for references to GCS secret and confirmed it was only used inside the Forgijo backup module. I then inspected the service account config interface in the TypeScript types file and verified that both create key and workload identity bindings are optional. Finally, I executed the Moon script to run the type check after the Forgijo backup workload identity federation migration.
I'll probably have to refactor a bunch of this after this is working. Fine. Can you update our...
Permission requested. Command to verify cert-manager health across all clusters. I verified cert-manager health across all 7 bare metal clusters, confirming that every certificate was ready. True, and noting that the mgmt prod log entry was a transient storage reinitialization after the K3s restart. I then read the continuation plan markdown file and updated it with a final status section indicating that all clusters are fully migrated to workload identity federation and no GCP service account keys remain. I committed the staged changes with GPG signing, bypassing verification, and used a message that fixes log level detection for Docker registry garbage collection pods while removing a dead container default. I explained that the continuation plan markdown can be removed since its reference data now lives in the GCP configuration files, while the lessons markdown should be retained because it records important K3s service account signing key behavior. Want me to delete the continuation plan and keep the lessons doc?
Okay, I gotta think about all this stuff. So, I mean, hopefully this all works correctly. I gotta review all these changes. But that's pretty much everything we wanted to get done with this stuff. So now we can actually encrypt the phone numbers. Once this is done, then I can finally migrate to the phone. Gotta think how that works in So one thing I'm thinking about is I kind of just copied this config everywhere. This is a lot of repetition. And I wonder if this should be registered with the service locator. A lot of stuff might depend on this. So I don't know if this should be passed through or if it should just be registered. Certificate manager. Workload identity federation. GCP stack. Okay. Gotta wake up. Let's see what Chris thinks about it. What do you... Just change it. Detail. Do anything differently. Let's see. Same. This. Prompt. Make sure we don't have any no alerts. Works. And we had no downtime. Nice.
I reviewed the workload identity federation migration across all clusters and found the architecture solid, with clean separation, proper JWKS derivation, and graceful fallback handling. I suggested consolidating the duplicated WIF credential JSON construction, shared output types, and cert-manager configuration into reusable helpers, revisiting the idempotency guard on the public key derivation, and making the WIF configuration conditional to avoid empty values. Are all 7 clusters, including app dev, getting WIF simultaneously, or is this rolling out cluster by cluster? Have you considered what happens if the Kubernetes APA server's OIDC discovery endpoint, /well-known/OpenID configuration, is unreachable from GCP's SDS?
See what the bots think about the changes. The direction moving from static GCP service account keys to workflow identity federation, wiring issuer, signing keys through K3s, and extending that to cert-manager and app workloads. Right one, material improves security posture. But I'm improved before merging. High risk. Service account public key derivation is not rotation safe. If private key rotates, the public key can stay stale and break token verb. Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't really work to just give each other their outputs because they'll just say everything's good and end up doing it all, and some of it's not even really right. What do you want? What do you want? Huh? What do you want? All right. Bootstrap edge case can fail first time cluster. Issuer cutover is a hard switch. Service account issuer file. Thing cluster idea temporary dual. Ugh. Editor throw clear Pulumi error. $220. Would you like to finish this today? Fail fast. Several stacks use. Cert-manager fallback path is inconsistent. Oh, God. Yeah, this is actually. Let's see what Claude said. Well structured, clean separation, combined verification.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode. Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Yeah, this was one of the first things I noticed, so it's interesting asking both of them. They both came up with that too. It's the most obvious thing. Gotta do another pass after this. I think the thing that neither one of these would find is if there was something less obvious. Some like thing to kind of refactor the whole structure for any reason. Like for example, for workload identity stuff, we could have done this all in the shared infra stack. The GCP shared infra stack instead of doing it in each respective cluster. I like it better in each cluster, but that's like an option we had, and neither one is gonna give you that as an option unless you explicitly call it out. Maybe there's some prompt I could do to like take a step back. What other ways could we have done this? Something like that. The thing I don't like about WIF is that it looks like Wi-Fi. Every time I read it, I read Wi-Fi. Oh, okay. I go take her out real fast. I'll be back.
I ran the lint command, fixed the formatting issues with an auto fix, reran lint to confirm everything passed, and then marked the task as completed. Permission requested. Exit current plan mode. Permission requested. Exit current plan mode. edited memory, MD to reflect the simplified service account key approach, updated the TypeScript file K3s node playbook, TypeScript to use SAW signing key, pub and remove the combined verification key task, and change the TypeScript file shared /gcp/base/index, TypeScript to throw an error when the signing public key PEM is missing. I also cleaned stale references by editing platform cluster index. TypeScript, deleting an obsolete Z shell script, and revising several markdown documentation files, then confirmed that type checking and linting both pass.
So like, if I didn't do these passes, this code would just not be very good. Now after like 2 additional passes,
I explained that the bare metal stacks will have their
better.
service account key file updated to point to SAW signing key, pub, which will trigger a rolling APA server restart one control plane node at a time, while the GCP stacks only add a fail fast guard without changing any resources. I noted that removing the old K3s key is safe because tokens have already rotated, and I offered to preview the bare metal diff using a Pulumi preview command. I checked the end of the deployment output and confirmed that all 7 bare metal stacks deployed successfully. Ansible ran on every cluster, and the control plane nodes received the updated K3s configuration with the service account key file set to SAW signing key. Pub while the combined file task was removed, with no failures across any cluster. I updated the Lua script to include kubevip in the pod prefix default levels and revised the header comment to document the new check. Then I searched the repository for related test files, confirmed there are no tests for the Lua scripts, and inspected the modified sections to verify the changes were applied correctly. I checked the stage changes with a diffstat, reviewed the last 5 commits to see the commit style, and then committed the stage changes using the provided fix message for detecting go stack trace lines.
I just missed rollout issue the key.
I read the TypeScript file for creating the Kubernetes cluster and the Ansible playbook TypeScript file. Then I ran git diff commands to view changes across several infrastructure TypeScript files. I also opened the lessons learned notes in Markdown to review the signing key details. Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Adding JWKS unit test good investment. Tweak. Keep focused on generic. Move GCP stack specific helpers. To avoid cross. Don't reuse with stack. Do we have any
Permission
tests in the
requested.
field?
Exit plan mode.
I smack you, pup. Okay, these tests don't actually run right now, I don't think. That's the next thing. Encrypt the
I added a new JWKS test in a TypeScript file. Then I ran the pre-commit checks, which passed, followed by the full test suite, which also passed, and I verified that the new JWKS test was included in the coverage. I explained that the Kiwi infra K8s test task runs tap on build /infra /K8 **** test JavaScript, and that the new file shared /GCP /resources /workload identity /JWKS test TypeScript gets compiled to build /infra /K8 shared /GCP /resources /workload identity /JWKS test JavaScript, which matches that pattern. I also noted that the task was not cached, confirming it actually executed with the new test file included. It seems like there is no text provided. Please provide the text you would like me to clean and convert for text to speech.
Problem with solved. So that with pods need long-lived GCP service account key files. Yeah, I understand. With replaces those with short-lived tokens that rotate automatically. The 3 stacks. Bare metal stack. Sign tokens with our key. Sign tokens with our key. Generates an RSA key pair. Writes the private key. The control plane nodes. Configures K3s API server plus controller manager to sign all service account tokens with this key. Those are Kubernetes service account tokens. Exports the public key as a stack output. The GCP stack trusts tokens signed by that key. Fetch the public key from the bare metal stack, derive a JWKS, the public key in JWK format, with a computed KID. Create a WIF pool plus OIDC provider in GCP, configured with the JWKS. An issue URL. Creates GCP service accounts with IAM bindings that say K8 service account cert-manager. Creates GCP service accounts with IAM bindings. It's a K8 service account cert-manager and namespace cert-manager may impersonate GCP service account cert-manager DNS 01. Okay. But you still need the service accounts. Export pool / provider IDs and service account emails. Cluster stack mounts the right stuff into pods. For each workload that needs GCP access, it creates 3 things. For each workload that needs GCP access, it creates 3 things. Config map. Contains a credential config JSON file. External account. Token URL. Service account impersonation URL. Credential source. This tells GCP client libraries, read a K8s token from this file, exchange it at STS, then impersonate this service account. Read a K8s token from this file. What does that mean? So the short-lived K8s token. Okay. Projected volume, service account token projection. Service account token. Audience expiration. Trinity's amounts of short-lived JWT at here. Signed by the custom key, auto-rotated by kubelet. Gotcha. What happens at runtime? The pod starts. GCP client library reads Google application credentials environment variables, sees type external account, reads projected service account token from the token file that was created by Kubernetes, posts the token to sts.googleapis.com. GCP STS validates signature against JWKS in the WIF provider. GCP STS verifies subject matches IAM binding. Returns short-lived GCP access to pod calls GCP APIs.
There is no text provided for me to clean and convert. Please provide the text you would like me to process.
What's done well? No long-lived service account keys. That's the whole point, and that works. Rejected tokens rotate automatically every hour. Kubelet handles renewals, nothing to leak. Direct JWK protection. Since your clusters are IPv6 only on-prem with no public OIDC discovery mechanism, baking the JWKS into your WIF provider at deploy time is the right call. GKE does this via public endpoint, but you can't. Oh, I could, but I don't want to. This is the correct alternative. Standard external account credential config. This is GCP's documented format. Every GCP client knows how to read it. No custom path code needed in workload. Config map, not secrets for the credential config. The actual secret is managed by Kubelet. Per service account IAM bindings with principal. Each Kubernetes service account is bound to a specific GCP service account, more secure than principal set, which would allow broader matching. The one real trade-off, key rotation is manual. Rotating the service account signing key requires deploying bare metal, write a new key, restart K3s, then GCP, then waiting up to an hour for tokens to roll over. There's no automated rotation. It's fine for your scale. It's the same situation. Any on-prem K, it's cluster faces. KE handles this for you, but you're not on G. Nothing structurally wrong. How frequently would you ever rotate keys? Only if you've suspected they had been leaked. Practically, yes, key rotation for service account signing keys is almost always triggered by suspected compromise, not by a schedule. Rejected tokens themselves already rotate every hour. That's the short-lived credential. The signing key is just the root of trust. As long as it hasn't leaked, there's no cryptographic reason to rotate it. RSA 2048 isn't going to weaken on any relevant timescales. Some compliance frameworks require periodic key rotation on paper, but even those typically accept or rotate on compromise for infrastructure signing keys, as opposed to, say, user passwords or API tokens. So for your setup, the signing key lives on the control planes, written via Ansible with no log true. The only realistic rotation trigger would be a node compromise or accidental exposure. Okay. So. Now I have to actually review these changes. Human. There was some change. So right now our config allows running
I explained that the patterns moon and /script /moonquiet. SH match any moon task, including a pulumi up command that could deploy infrastructure without prompting. And I proposed a safer rule set that auto allows lint, type check, test etui, pre-commit, lint fix, deps, and pulumi preview while requiring approval for pulumi up, pulumi destroy, pulumi interactive up, and GH stack. Want me to tighten the rules? I read the permissions hook TOML file, updated the comment header to indicate safe read only /local tasks only, and then verified the final state, confirming that moon commands are now scoped with a table separating auto-allowed tasks from those requiring approval. It seems there is no text provided for me to clean and convert for text to speech. Please provide the text you would like me to work with. I edited the permissions hook TOML file twice, updating the command regex patterns to include both preview and refresh commands for the Moon quiet script and for Pulumi invocations.
Let's see. Good direction overall. This change is a clear improvement. The biggest win is replacing Moon.
It seems like there's no text provided for me to clean and convert. Please provide the text you'd like me to process, and I'll be happy to assist you.
Command chaining technically valid but low practical risk. The threat model here is Claude accidentally doing something destructive, not an attacker. In payloads, Claude wouldn't generate something like gift status and remove the shard. We already use You really want to use codecs via open code. Well, depends on your workflow. I've never used the Codex app, but I recently switched from quality code to open code mainly because it's a more advanced permission system for subagents. Ability for subagents to spawn subagents. Also, my workflow is similar in concept to spec-driven.
I read the permissions hook TOML file and then wrote new audit settings to it, adding an audit file path and setting the audit level to matched. Permission requested. Commit staged permissions hook changes. I checked the staged changes, reviewed the last 5 commits to see the recent commit style, and then committed the staged permissions hook updates with a security-focused message.
Alright, this mostly looks good. At some point I should probably make this a function. That way we don't have issues with completely changing the structure down the road, but I also don't think it's super easy to change the structures. What matters. Do I commit this? I don't really like this. These namespaces are hard-coded. I think I'll live with it though. Drive SA. How does this work? Crypto. Create public key. Create private key. Public key.export to the format, to the type. This all looks fine. Every time I review this stuff, I just start yawning. Get the service account signing public key PAM. Yeah, this is just stupid. Why? This. At with stack. Yeah, neither one of the models caught this. Why aren't we using proper types? So bad. Yeah, why even have typing at this point? You have the proper types, why wouldn't you use them? Good catch. Codex 5.3 and Opus 4.6. Did not think to check for that. There you go. What is organization name? We should probably define organization name.
I updated the WIFStack TypeScript file by importing cluster environment and cluster type, changed the function parameters to use those specific types instead of generic strings, and refined the generic GCP config base to use cluster type and cluster environment. Then I ran the pre-commit script to verify type checking and linting, and everything passed. I explained that creating a type alias for the literal organization adds unnecessary indirection without providing meaningful safety, since every config base class already defines it as a constant. I noted that cluster type and cluster environment merit distinct types because they have multiple values used for routing, whereas organization name is simply a constant.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be a string. It can only be one value. Should be that value. There you go. Correct.
I edited the
Right.
TypeScript file at home/jordangarside/kiwi/infra/k8/shared/gcp/utils/wifstack/ts and changed the organization name property from a string type to the literal organization.
Much better. What else? Look over the typings. In our current git changes. Is there anything you would do to improve them? Look over the typings, type defs, and our current git changes. Is there anything you would do to? That's both of them. I gotta run tomorrow. I sauna today. Probably sauna today. Run tomorrow. Try to do some more intervals.
I examined the remaining cluster stacks and the happy group's changes by viewing the diffs. Then
It'll be
inspected the
Monday.
organization name literal type usage in the wifstack TypeScript file and the build wifstack output return type. And finally grepped for
Probably do another
organization
hour
name,
or so.
wifstack output, wifconfig, and audience across the
Good, I've now
infrastructure
reviewed all the
Kubernetes
type-related
directories.
changes. Here's my assessment. Width volume mount boilerplate is duplicated. The width. Doing. We're both gonna stand there for the next hour waiting to eat. Let's check this. Start.
4 TypeScript configuration files to add as const to the service account issuers arrays, ran the type check and all tests which both passed, and marked tasks 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 as completed. I also explained a series of refactors, renaming with config, audience to saw token audience, extracting name types in types TypeScript, unifying WIF stack output types, making organization name a const, extracting a build with pod spec helper, adding an explicit return type to get with config from GCP stack, and tightening service account issuers to a read-only tuple. I ran the preview commands for cluster, GCP, and bare metal stacks using the non-interactive flag with yes, and all 21 stacks previewed successfully. I observed the expected Helm release diff on the cluster stacks, the pending JWKS updates and service account key output removal on the GCP stacks, and the intentional replacement triggers on the bare metal stacks. No unexpected infrastructure changes resulted from the type refactoring. Explained that the removal of empty service account keys outputs, the JWKS updates for 3 stacks, and the stack output changes for 4 stacks were all expected from the pre-existing service account key to workload identity federation migration, and that none of these changes originated from our type refactoring, but were already pending in the working tree. explained that the helper keeps the mount paths synchronized with the credential configuration, but is only used by 2 consumers, one of which cannot use it, and that it adds indirection and reduces readability at the call site. I noted that the abstraction feels premature given its limited use and suggested reverting it unless more WIF consumers are expected. I edited several TypeScript files to remove the build with pod spec import and its usage, updating imports, and adjusting Helm values and deployment definitions accordingly. And I also modified the comment in the shared utils WIF TypeScript file. After making those changes, I ran a type check command with Moon and displayed the last 10 lines of its output.
Okay, I'm gonna go do that. I'll probably check these things over. I think this is mostly fine. So yeah, this kind of opens up being able to switch over to phone numbers and then also encrypt the phone numbers on the server using GCP KMS, which is nice. That way, if the database gets leaked or whatever, you don't even know whose phone number is which. And the cool thing too is that the profiles themselves are encrypted. So you don't know the profiles either. If you have the public profiles, then you know the public profiles. And you have the encrypted phone number, but you can't do much with it. No, it should be pretty good overall. A lot of work, but it should be pretty nice. There was some video on how Discord's trying to require you to verify your face. Kind of ridiculous. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it here, and I'm gonna go try to fix my unraid setup. I'll probably do a little bit more before I sauna, just kind of get these changes checked in. But I think I'm good for tomorrow to get back to work on doing the phone numbers and stuff, which is what I have here, this plan. Yeah, so I'm excited for that. Hook up Twilio, start to make some progress. Have a database. One thing that kind of gets to me is that the best thing to do would be to make it possible to do the fetching your historical data from the server. I think that's the long-term plan. But the reason I'm trying to avoid doing that, I talked about it a day or two ago, is that I don't have the storage space. I don't have money to buy the storage space. Even if I could buy the storage space, I also have to like have some redundancy on the storage space in some meaningful way, and I can't really buy more servers and stuff right now. So the only way I could see doing it is if I raise money. I don't really want to raise money at low valuations. So I have to do this kind of hoop jump through that's like entirely just because I don't have the money right now. Otherwise I would just go for it. But yeah, basically where you have the client entirely client first, while you kind of are writing stuff to the back end to see how much capacity you'll need and stuff like that when you actually do roll it out. It's not a terrible thing. It's just, it's a lot of extra process. Like once you actually have users and stuff, it becomes much more difficult to roll this type of thing out. But my thinking is if I can get the end-to-end encrypted stuff done, get it client-side only, client-side first, client-side only, and anyone uses it for anything, then I can try to raise money or do something, and potentially also get people to help me to do this, because it's going to be hard to get to the next stage once it's deployed. Like without it being deployed, I can really do a lot. As soon as it's deployed and people are using it, that's when things become hard. When they expect things to exist, you know, I can have a few people test it out here and there and just tell them like, hey, all this stuff might get deleted. But once I actually like try to get some real people to use it, they don't understand that, what that means. But there's really a lot I can do without having the server history stuff. I can build all that out slowly. It's just that
The thing that gets hard is if I make continuous progress, like just little bits of incremental doing stuff every day, I can get a lot of features done, like really make it a good experience. But the thing I worry about is that I get to a point where it 90% works, and then I'm just super demotivated to those last things that just make the experience that much better. Like I'm just thinking, you know, restoring it back up from primary device to the other device, like making sure that works 100%. Like, is that going to take me 2 weeks to do? Like maybe I could get it done in 2 days if I really wanted to, like 2 or 3 days if I was really motivated. But I have this like worry that once I get to those types of things that I'll just kind of be slow. Because I'm not super motivated to get them done actively. So that's the worry about kind of like, if I can keep pushing on it, then I can really make the experience good. But which parts do you push on, you know? Only one person, you gotta decide what to do every day. Like this workflow identity federation stuff. This is something that the users don't even have any clue is happening yet. But I mean, I like the stuff. It's fun. Like it's just cool. Yeah, you just keep chipping away. And eventually you have, you know, 10 Kubernetes clusters. Like really good sort of security stuff set up for the most part. There, you know, there's always more stuff you can do. Like I'd really like my disk to be encrypted at rest, but I don't have that right now. So there's always more to do. I've got the OAuth login for kubectl. Like a lot of this stuff is better than what I'd expect from very large startups. Oh. Okay. Man, oh man. Need like 12 hours of sleep. If anyone's watching, thanks for watching. Have a good rest of your night. If you're watching later, have a good morning, afternoon, evening. Thanks.